The Rays have turned their season around after a tough start, winning 7 straight thanks to an offensive surge. And today, the Rays face a tough task to keep that streak alive as the Red Sox send lefty David Price to the hill. Price yet to give up a run in 2 starts versus the Rays this year. We welcome you to the Fenway Kenmore neighborhood. Since 1912, the home of Fenway Park. And here at Fenway this afternoon, game 2 of this series between the Boston Red Sox and the Tampa Bay Rays. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to an afternoon of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. Great to have you aboard. Well, the Rays are flying high on this 7-game winning streak, and in the middle of it last night, going into the cleanup spot for the first time, their catcher, and even he, who was going to be right back in there again today, felt like he had to get with the program and hit home runs as well. He did his first time up.
Well, listen, it's another day. We're going to be talking about another hot Rays hitter, and you're talking about Wilson Ramos out of the catching position in the middle of the lineup. On an 8-game hitting streak currently, the numbers are huge. 375 average, 4 doubles, 3 homers, 7 extra base hits, 10 driven in. And I'm going to tell you something. He's done a great job of spreading out the production. He's had at least 1 RBI in 6 of the 8 games during this streak, and he has done it by being extremely aggressive. Not seeing a lot of pitches, going up there with the plan, and the plan is if it's close to the plate, I'm going to take a big rip. Well, it's paying off for him. Trying to slow him and the rest of this team down is David Price taking the mound today for the Boston Red Sox, and so far that's exactly what he's done to this Rays lineup. 14 innings, has not given up any runs, has only given up 7 hits. That opponent average of 149, talked about it in the pregame show. He has done that by pounding in early, establishing the inside part of the plate and letting it open up as the game goes on. We'll see if he sticks with that plan.
Well, Wilson Ramos and the Rays will be facing David Price, 4-3 in his career against the Rays, and Yonny Chirinos, who was so impressive earlier this year here in Boston, will make the start for the Rays. The young right-hander still looking for his first win. He comes in 0-1. Price overall on the year, 2 wins and 2 losses. Rays and the Red Sox from Fenway on a gorgeous day. Clear skies, the temperature in the mid-60s. Well, here we go from Boston. Middle game of this series between the Rays and the Red Sox. Rays winners in the first game of the series, building a 4-0 lead, holding on to win it 4-3 last night. Snell got the win. Colomé picked up the save, and the Rays hit 3 home runs. Wilson Ramos, Rob Refsnyder, and Daniel Robertson all connecting. And they'll be facing David Price here this afternoon. Let's take a look at the starting lineups presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Matt Duffy is going to lead off. He'll be at third base again. C.J. Cron will hit second, followed by Carlos Gomez in right field, and then the cleanup man Wilson Ramos carries that 8-game hitting streak into this game. Daniel Robertson fifth, batting in front of Denard Span, followed by Adreni Echeverria, Rob Refsnyder the DH, and then Johnny Field gets the start in center field. There's Price making his 6th start.
Well, the record even up 2-2, ERA 2.93. We've already highlighted what he's done against this Rays squad, although the version that he's going to see today a little bit different. They obviously know what he did to have success off them those first 2 starts, and they'll be looking to combat that here today. Out to prove something here in this series against the Red Sox. Let's look at their defense and see how it's going to line up. Brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source. And in the outfield, left to right, we've got Andrew Benintendi, Jackie Bradley Jr., and Mookie Betts. And across that infield, third to first, Rafael Devers, Xander Bogaerts, Eduardo Nunez, and Hanley Ramirez. Christian Vasquez will be back behind the plate.
Alex Cora, the manager of this Boston ball club. Of course, the Red Sox off to a red-hot start. Now 19-6, holding a 3-game lead in the American League East. Kevin Cash enjoying his longest winning streak as the manager of the Rays, looking for number 8 in a row today. And he sends Matt Duffy up there to lead off against the left-hander Price. Duffy hitting .262 overall to start play. He goes after the first pitch, drives it into right. Betts on the run, over his head, and all the way to the low wall out there as Duffy turns second and stops right there with a double. First pitch swinging, and Duffy picks up his 3rd double of the year.
Well, what the Rays do know about David Price is he is a strike thrower. He's going to be around the zone. You had better be ready to go. And here the first pitch, fastball away. Duffy ready to hit, and he drives that with some authority. And you have to get it over the head of Mookie Betts out there in right field.
So just like that, a scoring opportunity for the Rays. C.J. Cron. Cron 6 homers and 17 runs batted in. And 4 of 15 in his career against Price. That's a pop foul straight back. That's going to be out of play. Lands on the screen. Vasquez, the catcher, back just in case it came back enough. Five-game hitting streak, hitting .364 for that. And half his home runs against left-handed pitching. 6 overall, 3 against lefties. Ground ball to third. Duffy is out, and the throw to first in time. That ground ball on the left side, and Duffy runs right into the tag to start the double play.
Boy, and you talk about running right into the out. You're going off the bat. You've got to make a very quick read if you're Matt Duffy. In this case, it turns out to be the wrong one, thinking that he can get there ahead of Devers. But you can see clearly Devers on his way to field that ground ball, field it, tag, and then throw to first. It became an easy double play at this point. That's a momentum killer.
So just like that, the scoring opportunity is erased on the miscalculation there by Matt Duffy. Carlos Gomez takes the pitch down. Gomez still looking for his first career hit off Price, and it's extended to 20 games now, or 20 at bats. And the pitch is fouled back. 1-1.
Something must have happened to our man Carlos Gomez helmet. He's got the double ear flap on this afternoon. Not a switch hitter. Usually has the face guard too. So, Michelle, get on it.
Ground ball third. That's a foul ball. Just was foul. Sam Holbrook on the call. So Gomez is still alive up there.
Maybe that helmet makes him faster because he beat that out. They called a foul ball, but they also called him safe. Everybody played that like it was a legitimate play. Let the umpires call what they're going to call, but Devers is going to field this ball very close and throw, and Gomez is going to be called safe at first.
So a little misunderstanding there for a moment. But close play at first and down the line at third. And a lot of indecision written into that sequence.
I think Chris Gomez Chris Gomez, he's our guy. Carlos Gomez was slow playing it to see if Cash wanted to take a look too.
Yeah, strike three call. Caught looking after all that. No runs, a hit. Nobody left. Bottom of the first coming, no score. And then Hanley, Ramirez, Martinez, Bogarts, and Devers down the middle. Nunez, Bradley Jr., and Vasquez in the 7, 8, and 9 positions.
Well, taking the mound this afternoon for the Tampa Bay Rays, right-hander Yonny Chirinos. We talked about the success David Price has had against the Rays lineup. Well, guess what? Yonny Chirinos, same thing against this Red Sox lineup. His first 2 outings, as a matter of fact, covered 9 innings, gave up didn't give up anything. No earned runs on just 4 hits. And that's when he really came of age and started to open up some eyes. Now he finds himself the 4th starter here in the Rays rotation.
Well, challenge right from the very beginning with Mookie Betts stepping in there, hitting .341, 4th in the American League. Pitch he takes down. That's 5th in on-base percentage, 2nd in slugging percentage, 4th in average, 6th in home runs. You name it, the category, and his name likely to be among the leaders. 2-0. Much nicer day to pitch for Chirinos than the last time he pitched here.
This is a perfect day for baseball. Mid-60s, beautiful sunny skies.
And a pitch wide. Fastball missed that time, 3-0.
You know, you think about Yanni Chirinos' last 2 outings. We saw a little bit more of this. Not quite as sharp, the command not quite as good as those first couple against the Sox.
There's a strike. Caught the edge.
Really relies heavily on his sinker to kind of set everything else up. You get some early in the count outs with it, you get ahead with it, and then here comes the slider, the splitter.
That's outside the bag. Hey, and a nice pickup. Showing some great defensive acumen down there.
And right back to the ready position.
Full count to Betts. And that hits him and deflected off Betts and got Ramos. So Ramos will take a little time, waving off some help, but on that hit batter, Chirinos got 2 for the price of 1, including his own catcher.
And that speaks right here to, you know, command. It's one thing if you're trying to pitch a guy in and it gets away from you, and that'll happen from time to time with Chirinos, but you're trying to throw a strike. It's full count. You're trying to throw a strike. That ball jumps up and in, and having a hard time harnessing that sinker here through the first hitter.
Yeah, it's a tough way to start facing this lineup in particular. Andrew Benintendi, it's been a bit of a struggle for him lately. That's different from other times the Rays have squared off against the Red Sox, and there's a miss.
You know, and a miss on the other side of the plate. You had Wilson Ramos set up for the sinker down and away, and he yanked it all the way across the plate and ended up down and in. Held on to it a little bit too long, which tells you this command is coming from not a good feel for the release point.
This one shot the other way with some slice. That's going to be out of play. A foul ball. It gets cozy in a hurry down the lines here. The souvenir grabbed by a fan. .310 down the left field line, all the way down to the green monster. It's 3 feet of foul territory is all you have to work with down there. Betts is on the move. Pitch is high, and now he stops. Snap throw back to first. They did not get him. Came close. C.J. Cron with the palms up after that one. He thought maybe they might have gotten him, but he managed to get back in there, according to Jim Wolf.
Boy, aborted the attempted steal. And as he gets back, watch him go wide outside and then roll over. How about that for being evasive? Instead of going back in with that right hand, he goes and rolls away from the tag to get in with the left hand. Great instinctual slide there by Mookie Betts.
The liner into left, charged by Span. Little bobble, but no move up as Betts stops at second after the turn. And the Red Sox come out, putting the first 2 men aboard.
Well, now you're starting to have this Red Sox lineup. Benintendi, he watched what went on with Mookie Betts and that Chirinos was having a hard time with the sinker. So now he's just going to hone in and see that pitch out over the plate and know that more than likely that's the pitch that you're going to get.
It's a tough spot already.
Yeah, when you can start as a hitter eliminating pitches, you know that he's not going to come with the split, at least not early in the count. You know that he's not going to come with the slider. He's going to try to continue to establish that sinker, and it makes it too easy.
Yeah, when you think about that in terms of percentages and how they shift when you start eliminating pitches, if a guy's got 4 good pitches, good luck. Well, if you eliminate 1 or 2 of those, well, you've just doubled your odds.
That's it. And that's why, as we talked last night, why Blake Snell has been so effective.
Yep.
Because he does not get predictable with 4 pitches.
Hanley Ramirez. And that's a strike picking up the outside corner.
And who was that? Was that Chirinos? Was that Ramos? Because that's the right, go with the slider. Got to get him off that sinker. First pitch slider, you get ahead, and now you go to work.
Ramirez 11 of 24 with men in scoring position. It's the fastball, but low. 1-1.
You're trying to get that pitch to run down and in and get Hanley Ramirez to beat it into the ground. And you're looking for that double play ball.
One into the dirt, skipping away. Now a throw down to third is not going to be in time, and that eliminates the double play possibility. So a difficult start for the Rays in the bottom of the first.
You know, another pitch that was just held on to a little bit long. They're going to be a slider, and it gets yanked hard down and away. Tough chance for Wilson. And great read by the 2 base runners.
Both men in scoring position. 2-1 the count to the Boston first baseman. Hot shot foul. That went right in front of Mookie Betts down there at third base.
That ball was hit so hard our girl didn't even get off the bucket. It was already by her.
Yeah, you turn and chase.
You turn and chase.
A 2-2 count. Into the dirt, blocked this time by Ramos. An erratic first inning so far.
And that looked to be the split. So now all of a sudden you get to 2-2. You're going to come with that off speed.
And you could see in that replay out of sync with the rhythm of that delivery.
It is, and it's just, it's out there in the middle of a ball game like this in a tight spot. You're trying to find your release point, and that is, it's a tough way to go.
And he misses off the plate, down and away to load the bases.
Yeah, these Boston Red Sox hitters, if the pitches aren't destined for the middle of the plate, they're just letting them go because they know that right now he's struggling trying to find the edges of the plate. That release point is not there. With all 3 of the pitches, we've seen issues with that.
Kyle Snyder out to try to reset this situation for Chirinos.
And Dwayne, you're 100% right because you can't be out there that much, obviously. And so you want your pitchers to be able to figure it out themselves and to be their own pitching coach out there. when they have proven to you that they're just not able to find the adjustment needed, that's when you're going to pop out and, like you said, try to get him right. You have all your little reminders, all your little keys that you go back to.
Well, he's going to face J.D. Martinez. Well, he's hit the ball about as hard as anybody this season. 5th on that list. Hey, Matt Olson out in Oakland creating a little stir with the way he swung the bat.
How about Moncada? We've already seen him, and Rays were able to hold him down pretty good. He's obviously heated way up.
There's Martinez. There's a strike. Martinez hitting .315 overall and 9 of 27, .333 with men in scoring position. Big cut and a miss. Some lift on that one, and it's 0-2.
Found the zone with pitch number 1, and then found some velocity and the zone on this sinker. 96, and he's able to burrow it right by him.
Martinez in these situations, bases loaded, nobody out, can be difficult because, number one, he's not by nature an aggressive hitter up there. Put men on base, sometimes they get a little more aggressive. And he also has some lift. And a cut and a miss. He's out on strikes. Boy, a big, big strikeout right there for Chirinos.
Well, and whatever Kyle Snyder said to Chirinos clicked. First pitch strike on a slider, a great sinker with good velocity for strike 2, and then the split. And the split, your J.D. Martinez, you've got to protect. This pitch starts in the zone, and then it's gone. And I mean, it goes in a hurry.
Boy, getting ahead so important.
Makes life easier.
Now Xander Bogaerts. We know how tough he can be with men in scoring position. Ball, that's foul.
Up and chase.
Yep. Well, Bogaerts this year has been hitting the ball in the air more. A lot of ground balls last year. You're thinking about a ground ball to get a double play. Last year, odds would have been much more in one's favor than what he's done to start the season this year.
And it's very similar to Mookie Betts. A dramatic increase in balls in the air, and look at all the extra base hits that got a lot of them against the Rays.
Fastball mid-90s in off the plate. 1-1.
You know, and here's the thing though. Your game plan can be to get the ball in the air, and you want that's something that you're going to really start to prioritize. A guy like Chirinos, that's the antidote. He's got such a hard sinker. You can want to lift that thing all you want. If he executes it, it's going to be tough to. So you can still get that ground ball here.
Fly ball, center field. Field will make the catch. Throw's going to be to third. The run scores. 2 gone, and it's 1-0 Boston. Now Field got himself back on that one, in position to make a throw with his momentum carrying him toward the infield. No chance on Betts at the plate. They hold the other runners.
Yeah, and not to get ahead of ourselves, but I'm going to tell you what, Chirinos can bear down here and retire Devers and get out of this inning after the way that he was struggling with command, bases loaded, nobody out, giving up just 1 run. That's a victory for the Rays.
Yep. There is Devers, the young third baseman, shown himself to be a tough out as well. And he started to go dead. Could not check, and that's Holbrook down at third to affirm that he did go after it. Devers 9 of 26 with runners in scoring position. Two.
That split once again. And you know what? It was the start here at Fenway Park that pitch came front and center. And he's thrown a couple nasty ones here to get J.D. Martinez and to get 0-2 here on Devers.
After struggling to the first 3 hitters, to Martinez, Bogarts, and now Devers, he's made some great pitches. 8 pitches total, getting strikes. 7 of those 8. And a foul ball, just a little piece of that one. Devers stays alive, and Chirinos that close of getting out of this inning, allowing only 1 run. Benintendi on second, Ramirez on first. Missed an opportunity in the top of the first. Red Sox big chance in the bottom. They have 1 run, and that's all they're going to get. Great pitch right there. Boy, that split came around all of a sudden, and he shuts down Boston here, limiting the damage to just 1 run. Of the Tampa Bay Rays, and by Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Wilson Ramos jumping on the first pitch, driving that one all the way back to the wall in left center field. He's on his way to second, digging for a double, and he's in there to quickly extend his hitting streak. That's 9 in a row for Ramos, and he jumps on Price's first pitch here in the second inning.
What did we talk about in the open? His game plan is if it's near the plate, I'm taking a rip. He does not waste any time. Doesn't see a lot of pitches per plate appearance. He's one of the more aggressive hitters out there. And when you're feeling good, swinging the bat good, why wait?
So a leadoff double again by the Rays. Duffy doubled on the first pitch in the first, ran into an out at third. Ramos now, the first pitch double in the second inning. Here's Daniel Robertson. Fouls it for a strike.
How about this? I read somewhere, I'm not going to tell you where, I'll tell you off air. Wilson Ramos, over 20% of his at-bats last one pitch. One.
Amazing is that?
It is, because what if you swing and foul it off?
Yep.
Well, now you're going to see at least two. But you pick a pitch, you swing at it, you put it in play, over 20% of your at-bats, that's a huge number.
So lifted toward right. Betts battling the sun a bit, finds it and makes the catch. Yeah, when you think about that, that is an astounding number.
It is. 20% of anything, you're like, but then you're like, wait a minute. First of all, you've got to swing at it. It's not 20% swinging at the first pitch.
Yeah.
It's actually putting it in play and the at-bat's over. That is a big number and impressive. It could be a swing and a miss. Could be a swing you fouled off. It might even be a pitch that you take. I guess you'd have to hit the hole for Wilson to take the first pitch, but you get my point. And think about this. The two hits that we're talking about, the Duffy and the Wilson Ramos, where were those pitches? Away. So that's where David Price is probably going to go, you know what, I need to come back and start establishing in again, because the two times I've gone away, I've gotten hurt.
Well, there Denard Span. First pitch is a strike. Baseball. Ramos on second.
Let's take a look. Let's take a little scouting report here. Take a look at Denard Span and go inside a little bit. Fab at Fenway. Listen, he likes the big stage. He likes, playing against big teams, working big at bats. We know how clutch he's been for the Rays all season long, and that's what we're talking about. That risky business. Runners in scoring position. He has an opportunity here. He's been as good as anybody on this team.
This one too close.
Send a message. Well, you know what? You got a guy up there that wants to work in at bat, and you don't want him feeling too comfortable at the plate.
Well, there you see what he's done with men in scoring position. How clutch he has been. 450.
Slow the game down. Understand, the pitcher, the plan that you have in attacking him, and don't deviate.
This one, Vasquez turning as if he was going to have to chase that one. It was at his feet. It's 3-1.
Did that get Blakeney? He certainly looked
Somebody stopped it.
Yeah,
cold.
Yeah. And Vasquez did not think it was him. See what happens here. Ball runs up and in. Oh yeah, it did. Caught Blakeney right in the upper thigh.
Three-one now to Span. It's a strike on the corner away. Full count. Good numbers here at Fenway. That's a handful of games too. 20 games here. 343. Battling the tough lefty, against who he is 1 for 12 in his career. And a liner into center, a base hit. Ramos is going to be waved around, and down goes Bradley Jr. That ball's going to go all the way to the wall. Span's hitting third and will be waved home. The Rays are going to take the lead. It's a 2-1 ball game. Denard Span circles the bases as Bradley Jr. went down in center, and then they were off to the races.
I take back what I said last night, Dwayne, and that is that Jackie Bradley Jr. has struggled mightily against Ray's pitching, but the defense has been good. Watch him get handcuffed right there. That ball had a little action on it, and he basically overran it. And once it got by him, all Denard Span had to do was not pull anything, and he's going to score. Because that's a long way to go out there to deep center field.
So the Rays grab the lead. It's Span not wasting any time rounding third either.
Got to get a little StatCast action on his feet per second.
Echeverria takes the pitch down. Well, how about that? Denard Span circling the bases.
How about the at-bat that he put together to put himself in that position?
This pitch is foul back, out of play.
Another deep at-bat with a runner in scoring position. Saw a lot of pitches. Comes through in the clutch once again.
One the count. Echeverria takes it inside. Now here's the deal. Right now they're scoring that a single and a 3-base error. And they are not of a mind even to give Span a run batted in on that.
You have to.
That would be an interesting discussion to have right there. I mean, you're assuming a lot. 2-2.
Assuming because it's the catcher Wilson Ramos and he's not going to score on Bradley Jr.'s arm.
But I'll tell you, he had a great jump too. Now he is a slow runner, but even money would tell you that he's going to score.
Yes.
At least.
Yes. You cannot take that RBI. Well, not that you're taking it away. You can't not give it to Denard Span.
Now the count is full on Echeverria. And inside, the Danny Echeverria draws the walk. The Rays get another base runner in the second inning. We'll take another look and see exactly where Ramos was when the ball gets by Bradley.
There's the jump that you're talking about. Boy, if he comes up with that, he is letting that ball loose after Ramos has come around third base. Take a perfect throw. Not to say that he couldn't make it, but you can't assume that he's going to make it. Still.
Snyder swings through it. Yeah, I'd like to see him get the RBI on that.
Yeah. I don't see any reason why he shouldn't.
Well, Rev Snyder homered last night. He has 3 homers in the major leagues. They're all against Boston. It's fouled right back. Mid-90s fastball up in the zone. Echeverria over there at first. 2 runs in, 1 out. And the pitch is inside. Rev Snyder, the hitter, with Johnny Field on deck. Boy, you think about how big the quick recovery made by Chirinos was in the bottom of the first after the Kyle Snyder visit. The Rays come right back and pick up 2 runs here in the second. Oh, strike call. Rev Snyder thought it was wide. He's caught looking on the pitch away. And Price might have got a little break on that pitch.
Yeah, this certainly did not have to be. See where it lined up. You also see Christian Vasquez, a little sleight of hand and giving a better look to Ryan Blakeney.
And that's something, as we mentioned last night, Vasquez is pretty good with.
Yep.
So 2 gone in the second inning. Here's Field. back easily. Been about a week since Field has been in there. Got some playing time in the Minnesota series. He takes a strike.
The Rays had that lineup set. It got hot top to bottom, and when that happens, it's tough to crack it and get back in there.
Foul ball. It's the count at 0-2.
That's where the lineup gives you the old relationship. It's not you, it's me. I'm red hot right now, and there's not any room for you. Times I heard that,
it's not you, it's me.
Yeah.
We hear that from some of our crew.
It's been a tumultuous week.
Field down, 2 strikes.
I think it was the back-to-back off days in Baltimore. Way too much time together.
Yep. It's part of the plan to create distance.
Yeah. That's where the games come in.
And a cut to miss. Field reaching for the fastball out on strikes. The Rays come up with 2. Bottom of the second coming, 2 on Tampa Bay.
Comes out there, bases loaded, nobody out. And after that, Yanni Chirinos was a completely different pitcher. Gets the punch out of J.D. Martinez, a sac fly to, and then Rafael Devers right there, another split. I'll tell you, you've got to really love the job that he did. You hold Bogarts, who's hit the ball so well, to that fly ball to center field, but the turnaround, what would you say it was, Dwayne?
Yeah.
9 out of 10?
Well, that was the turnaround after the visit, 9 of 10. He was under 50%. He was 7 of 16, 7 strikes out of 16 pitches, and then went 9 of 10 after the visit.
How about that? And all with the bases loaded, nobody out. You've got to find it right now, and he did. Does it hold?
And I'll tell you, Chirinos has to execute that, but you got to give Kyle Snyder a lot of credit.
That's where the value of a pitching coach comes in, because he can have the message, but he also has to be able to deliver it in a way that that particular pitcher is going to grasp onto it. Some guys are visual, some guys are feel. There's different ways you communicate with these guys, and you've got to know the right way with each one of them. And oh, by the way, then he's got to put it into practice too.
And there's a strike to get even with Nunez, 2-2. Yeah, it's uncanny. You know, you have a pitcher out there, the catcher, a veteran catcher, and a young pitcher trying to figure out how to find where you need to be, put everything in sync. Fly ball into left. Span's going to go back. He's going to have to play it off the wall. Throw back into second. They're going to hold Nunez to a single, and that's a nice job by Span to play the monster.
You know, I thought there for a split second, because I think initially Denard Span wanted to make a play on that ball and then realized late that he wasn't going to be able to. But then he was backtracking away from the wall and ended up playing perfectly. How about a swing like that takes the ball off the wall? First of all, that's goofy in and of itself. He just reached out and flipped that pitch. Now right here, realize I'm not going to get it, but look how he retreats and allows that ball to bounce right up to the glove. Aggressive initially and then played it perfectly at the end.
You know, in a lot of ballparks, that's an out.
Yes.
Left fielder goes back and makes the catch.
It should be an out with that swing and that contact.
Yep. Bradley Jr. shooting one through the right side. Gomez will make the pickup, and Nunez stops at second. He got a late start trying to duck the line drive.
That's exactly right. He's probably on third base if he wasn't fearful of getting drilled by this liner. Bradley Jr. gets a pitch supposed to be down and away, and it's mostly middle down, and watch out, Nunez.
Chirinos right back into trouble here in this inning on a couple of singles. Christian Vasquez will be the hitter. A little shoelace issue out there, and Daniel Robertson taking care of that for Eduardo Nunez. Boy, that's right out of the Boy Scout manual there for Daniel Robertson to tie the shoelace. Maybe he tied them together.
I like that.
Yeah. Now Vasquez. And he takes one inside. We're hearing that they're going to change the ruling on the ball hit by Denard Span. And we'll confirm this in a moment, but we think he's going to get an inside the park home run.
Well, we established that back at Tropicana Field. The air is dead.
Yeah.
Can't commit him anymore. Good feelings.
There's a strike. It's 1-1. You don't want to do that.
No. Then Jackie Bradley, you know, maybe he needs to go to the cry room.
There you go.
You
You're
know,
going to have to establish one of those.
Yeah. Well, trust me,
the celebration room, you know, in baseball.
They do. And the cry closet and the cry room's probably not far behind.
1-1 to count to Vasquez. This one off the mitt and a move up. Nunez will go to third. Holding at first is Bradley Jr. Pitch wide and off the mitt of Ramos. It's going to be a wild pitch charge to Chirinos.
You know, another split, another pitch that was yanked, holding on to that just a little bit too long. Trying to find that happy medium.
Two one, a little popper, back foul. That's going to carry out a play. 2-2. Well, we've confirmed they have changed the ruling from a single and error and no RBI to an inside the park home run with 2 runs batted in.
Well, you've got a very happy Denard Span, that's for sure. And they must be calling that because, as we talked about, Jackie Bradley Jr. getting handcuffed. That line drive had a little action on it, bounced a little bit to his right. He kind of overran it, and that's what they have to be calling, like a bad hop.
Yep. And a ground ball foul, third base side. We'll take another look.
Watch this thing take off on him, right? I still think he's so aggressive in charging that, thinking about a play at the plate. And he overran that little side hop.
And one would think if there was any lobbying to have that change the way it did, it would have come from the Red Sox, I think. Foul ball, count's still going to be 2-2, and that caught a part of Ramos. He's had a tough day physically behind the plate already. He tries to gather himself and shake this one off.
And it's all summer long.
And take a look at this.
Get right up under that padding, hit his arm in a couple different places. You really don't get an appreciation for how quickly that ball's moving.
And it gets to places that you wouldn't think that it could get to, but it does. It finds them.
Didn't even know you had muscle in it.
Well,
you even see on the glove hand the thumb guard to protect those balls that are down in the zone. You don't want that thumb getting ripped back. See it poking out right there, that white, almost like a plastic cast.
and look at it. You've got to have that special sense about you to catch, and he did right there. Flex there, looking toward the Boston dugout. 2-2 the count on Vasquez. Ground ball headed to short. Out at second. Out at first, the double play. So the run scores. Red Sox pick up their second run to tie this game on the double play. Turned by the Rays here, 6-4-3.
One good thing about Yonny Chirinos, you're always one pitch away from this. Yeah, the Red Sox do score, but you take that first and third, nobody out.
So 2 quick outs. Base is now empty. Mookie Betts. It's too low. Well, Betts was hit by a pitch and eventually scored in the first inning on Bogart's fly ball. Chirinos limited the Red Sox to 1 run. Red Sox are tied it here with another run in the second. Two ball, no strike count to Betts.
Hey.
2-1 now.
Go on.
Tapper foul, 2-2. On deck, Benintendi. And a cut in the miss. Betts is out on strikes. You don't see that very often. 1-run scores on a couple hits and a double play, 2-2 ball game. Zobrist combining to go 7 for 10 in a doubleheader sweep versus the Minnesota Twins. Zobrist driving in 8 runs in game 1 of the doubleheader. That's still a great single game record, and finished the day with 10 runs batted in. Since 1920, only 3 other players had put together 7 or more hits and 10 or more runs batted in a day. First pitch to Matt Duffy. He takes for strike 1.
I vividly can remember that day, and I cannot believe it was in 2011.
Time flies when you're having this much fun.
Okay.
2, Duffy down on the count. An interesting first couple innings here. A lot has happened, good and bad.
Just trying to, who's going to be the first to settle things down?
Strike 3 called on Duffy. 4 strikeouts, 3 in a row for Price now. It's going to be C.J. Cron. Here's that pitch again.
Boy, nasty. Backdoor cutter. You see how he starts it off the plate away. The hitter gives up on it. Just a little bit of movement right to the edge.
Cron hit the ball on the ground to third his first time and lines this one by the third baseman Devers. Going to roll to the wall. Benintendi plays the carom. Cron's going to dig for 2. He is safe. Cron aggressively winds up at second. And the Rays have a man in scoring position.
Boy, Xander Bogaerts got caught a little bit by surprise. I don't know if it would have made the difference. But as Benintendi got that ball back in, Bogaerts with a little bit of a pause, not realizing Cron was testing everybody. If you're going to come in, you better get it up. We talk about middle down, and in. And watch Bogaerts right here. Little pause.
I think he turned and was surprised to see Cron there.
He was. And you know what? After that play was over, he was standing looking out there at the big board out in center field, watching exactly the same thing that we were. Completely caught.
And a big cut and a foul ball back by Gomez. He had a good cut right there.
When you see a guy that big hit the ball to the green monster and have it get there that quickly and Benintendi get it right back in, you just assume there's no way. We kept him to a single.
now with a 6-game hitting streak. He's in safely in 14 of his last 15. This one is fouled back. Well, sooner or later it has to happen for Carlos Gomez against David Price, down 0-2 after striking out the first time. And a tough run for Gomez, 0 for 21 against Price. So he's due. Upstairs. Ball and 2 strikes. Gomez must be thinking, how long must this go on?
Maybe that streak has something to do with the helmet.
Shake it up.
Right?
Try something different.
Go back to the helmet that you used to wear, well, minor leagues.
It would be big right here in the third. And a cut and a miss. Out on strikes.
Well, the thing about it, it's not like David Price is tricking him. That was just a challenge fastball right down the heart of the plate. Did have very good velocity on it. We've seen better velocity from Price in this start than in the previous 2 against the Rays, but that was right there.
Well, the Rays will have perhaps their hottest hitter at the plate now, Wilson Ramos. A 9-game hitting streak for Ramos. Doubled on the first pitch he saw in the second inning. Goes after that one. Missed it. Strike 1. Well, each of the last 4 outs have come via the strikeout. 5 strikeouts in the game for Price. 2 outs and a man at second into the third. Oh, 2. Crone off second. Rays have had men in scoring position in each of the first 3 innings. And a high fly ball back into deep left center. That baby's gonna go. Home run for Wilson Ramos. Ramos unloads his 4th home run of the year. It comes on an 0-2 pitch. And the Rays take a 4-2 lead. How about Wilson Ramos? Indeed, the Rays' hottest hitter right now.
Now, the one thing that you know about teams going after Wilson Ramos, you get ahead of him 0-1, 0-2, you don't need to come anywhere near the zone. He will expand for you. And David Price got cute right there on a cutter. And that ball came right back over the plate, and Wilson Ramos destroyed it.
Well, the Rays take the lead. Now Daniel Robertson. The pitch is inside to him. Well, the Rays hit 10 home runs in their first 19 games. They've hit 14 in their last 6, counting this one. 1-1. So they've upped that home run production. And with that come runs and wins.
They're scoring every way imaginable at this point.
tap back to the mound. The underhanded toss to Ramirez. Rays are out in the third, but they grab the lead on the double by Crone, and the 2-out, 2-strike home run by Wilson Ramos. Middle of
The third, well, Yanni Trinos told the media how much more comfortable he is starting rather than coming out of the bullpen. He said that he can prepare better, and that is just what he's done since he's found out that he is in the rotation officially. And Kevin Cash said he totally gets it because Trinos has started his whole career, and he mentioned that because he is so young, he likes to get acclimated to his routine between starts so he can get his work in. Guys?
All right, thank you, Michelle. Benintendi with a towering slice back into the corner for 2 bases on the first pitch in the bottom of the third. And so the Red Sox right back with a man in scoring position on the first pitch.
Do you smell a shootout?
It's the way it's setting up.
It certainly is. Trying to answer quickly. Benintendi, who's not been swinging the bat very well lately, goes right down. That's not a bad pitch. A sinker down and away. But again, you can play pepper with the Green Monster out there.
Well, Benintendi ended the game, called out on strikes last night, 2 for 2, starting this one. Ground ball, and that's a base hit into left. Going over to make the pickup is Span. Benintendi spinning his wheels a little bit as he was trying to move to third. That ball sharply hit Echeverria. Kind of lost his footing a little bit as well.
You know, I think that Benintendi was afraid of maybe that ball being caught by Echeverria. It looked like he was almost, he got hung up for sure. The ball sharply hit. Again, not wasting any time. And watch Benintendi come off and immediately see he heads back towards second base.
And watch him, then he slips as he tried to head back toward third. A double whammy on Benintendi, preventing him from scoring.
And what you're afraid of there, you could see that ball clearly was into the grass. You're not afraid, obviously, of Echeverria catching that ball in the air, but the defensive shift, Daniel Robertson is right behind you. So if Echeverria even makes that play on a one hop, you've got the second baseman that's right behind you, and he can pick you right off over there at second base. So the defensive shift is what got Benintendi there. Watch where Daniel Robertson is. Daniel Robertson right there. And so this ball, he's immediately like, I am not going to get hung up. Everything gets delayed.
Well, after a visit Chirinos now will face J.D. Martinez, and the first pitch is ball one. Kyle Snyder making his second visit of the game out here with Chirinos prior to this at bat for Martinez. It's 2-0. Deck, Bogarts. The Red Sox have put men on base to open every inning. Chirinos is behind Martinez, 3-0. So a tough start here in the bottom of the third for the rookie right-hander, protecting a 2-run lead. And that's ball four low. So Martinez draws the walk and the bases are loaded. Nobody out. There's Andrew Bogarts.
And as you would imagine, the Rays have that bullpen up. Ryan Yarbrough trying to get loose, trying to get ready. Both of these pitchers trying to gather some footing here in the early going, and it's not been easy.
Bogarts drove in a run with a fly ball to center in the first. 405 on the year. Just back off the disabled list to begin this series. No place to put him. The first pitch is popped up. It's a foul ball out of play.
Well, you'll take that all day long because that pitch was nowhere near the strike zone. That was a ball, that was a foot and a half in off the plate, and you get a strike out of it. Just think take off. Maybe he swung to protect himself because it was borne in on him pretty good.
Yes, there is that. Strike count on Bogarts. The fastball is down. 1-1. Double single walk. Bases filled. Bogarts coming off a 273 season last year with 10 home runs. He still led the Red Sox in hitting last year with that 273 average, but not happy with the overall production of last year.
No, I mean up and down this lineup too. It was not the same powerful.
There's a base hit, punched into left. Benintendi scores. Ramirez will stop at third. The Red Sox have their third run and make it a one-run game.
Well, I'm certain that he's thrilled about his start this season. And he has been all over Rays pitching here in 2018, and Kevin Cash has seen enough.
So Kevin Cash comes out, making the call to the bullpen. Brought to you by the Florida Lottery. good to have options. That's why the Florida Lottery has over 70 unique scratch-off games. So add a little pay to your play with these days and the new games. The Florida Lottery, it's your ticket. Claim it. Must be 18 or older to play. Play responsibly. 53 pitches for Chirinos. A disappointing outing for the young right-hander. And it's Ryan Yarbrough into this game to face the left-handed bat of Rafael Devers.
Yarbrough has appeared in 6 games, made a start, 4.11 on the earned run average, 15 in the 3rd innings. Tough spot here.
Pitch is wide. Devers hitting 190 against lefties on the year with a home run. Struck out against Chirinos to end the 1st. Now facing the lefty. Foul back.
The one thing that you need here from Ryan Yarbrough is strikes. We saw when you took a quick look at his numbers, he's got 10 strikeouts, 10 walks, and just over 15 innings of work. He's not a stuff guy and cannot afford the extra base runners, so he needs to, and nowhere to put Devers, by the way.
Foul back.
There you go. Got ahead of him.
Benintendi opened this inning with a double. He's in the dugout with a run scored. Ramirez 3rd, Martinez at 2nd, Bogarts at 1st. He has driven in that run. Strike 3 call. He got him looking. Got that fastball and well located. Big strikeout for Yarbrough. That's exactly what the Rays needed.
Big pitches there to Rafael Devers. Had the best for the last. Best velocity, best location. 91. Boy, it's pretty.
Well, that's one away. Eduardo Nunez becomes the hitter. Singled off the wall in left, reaching out and sending a ball into left field. Led off the 2nd, and he scored the run in that inning. Down around his feet. Ball, no strikes. Yarbrough last pitched in the Minnesota series last Sunday. Pitched an inning and a 3rd in what was eventually an 8-6 Rays win over the Twins. Out to short, drop. Now out at 2nd, and they're going to call that an out. Well, a good idea. Echeverria had that line drive. Said, I'm going to drop it, see if we can't get 2 here.
I mean, you talk about thinking through a situation. Where am I going to go if the ball's hit to me? Think of all the different scenarios, and then you get the line drive, and quick enough to think, you know what, I'll just, oops.
Well, that's the 2nd out. Well, he tried it.
Quick thinking.
Jackie Bradley Jr. Wide, 1 ball, no strikes. And who's to say?
Let's see, the crowd and Sam Holbrook.
Yeah.
But other than that,
yeah,
I bought it.
Strike called here on Bradley Jr. and the count is 1-1.
Yeah, and to be able to think about doing something like that with the bases loaded, here's a line drive. You're not even concerned. Of course, I'm going to catch it, but I'm gonna pull one here. Because if you do that and they even call the out, you kick it away. I mean, there's
now this one in the dirt. blocked by Ramos, and he wasn't sure for a moment where that ball was headed.
Well, you become a goalie. And boy, he caught that right off the inside of that left leg. It looked like that ball looked to be destined to the backstop. Saved a run.
Bradley Jr. and a base hit. His first time. Fouls it back. 2-2. And Ramirez, the runner at third, with a left-hander on the mound, and Duffy playing well off the bag, doing about anything he wants to do down there at third base. Two. He got him, struck him out. Boy, what a job by Yarbrough. He comes in, gets Devers looking, Nunez on a liner, and gets Bradley swinging. And the Rays hang on to this lead. It's 4-3. The bases in the second inning. Oh, took a reverse hop there on Bradley Jr. And here are the metrics on Denard Span and his sprint speed.
Well, when you look at that sprint speed too at 27.59, 30.00 is considered elite speed. So he's approaching.
Now here's Span taking the pitch inside.
I'd say his speed is good to quite good. Kind of like your portfolio.
We're all hoping. Chavarria next, and then Ref Snyder.
Actually, I believe it was strong to quite strong. It didn't really fit.
2-0.
Well, that's certainly the trip that you're not expecting to take out of the box.
Yep.
Maybe to second. But boy, when you see that ball get by him, you can imagine what went through the mind of Span, because it was all right out there in front of him where he could see it.
And he takes the pitch inside. He's ahead 3-0 in the count as Price missed with the fastball. The Rays 2 in the second, 2 in the third. Red Sox single runs in each of the first 3 innings. Span up 3-0 in the fourth. Takes a strike.
And you think about the momentum swing You know, Boston's answering in a big way. They've already played it a run. The bases are loaded. They've knocked the starter out of the game. Looking maybe to take the lead for David Price. And Ryan Yarbrough comes in and just shoves. Gets the 3 outs, and the momentum swings right back to the Rays.
What a job by the young left-hander. Yarbrough came in. That's an impossible situation not to give up at least a run, it seems.
Yeah, you concede 1.
Yep.
And that's why we said the first time Boston had the bases loaded with nobody out and sacrifice fly by Bogarts to center field, you said, hey, giving up 1 in that situation, that's a win for the Rays.
Yep.
How about giving up none? My goodness.
Count full on Span. And he takes ball 4 a little bit wide. Well, he refuses. You talk about a guy with a great definition of the strike zone and the way he implements his approach at the plate. He's just not going to give you that. He will take that pitch all day long, and he draws a walk.
And no flinch either. You know, he's not falling across the plate to get a good look at it. He just says that's not in the zone. Sorry.
So the Rays put the leadoff man aboard for the 3rd time in the 4 innings so far. J.D. Echeverria. It's a pass and a foul ball on the fastball there. Strike 1. The fastball from Price in at 94. His fastball on average is about 92 these days. And he'll pump it up a little bit more than that once in a while, as he did to Echeverria. This one fouled back.
After the early in the game trouble is when he really has cranked it up. And he is throwing the ball harder than we've seen him at any point this season consistently. But giving up early runs and being in a dogfight as this game, that'll get your best stuff going for sure.
One ball, 2 strikes. Span over at first, on again. And miss in again. 2-2. Staying with the hard stuff. Echeverria came into the game hitting a little over 300 against lefties. 272 overall. And he shoots it into right field. Betts is there, however, and makes the catch. Betts' immediate reaction was to go back and locate that and deal with the sun with those glasses in place. One away. Rob Refsnyder. It's a ground ball. Nice pickup by Nunez. Out at second and out at first. Boy, that's a nice pickup to start the 4th. 6-3 double play. Nunez, Bogarts to Ramirez. Bottom of the 4th coming, 4-3 Rays. Southern Chevy dealers and by your local Ford dealers. Nice to have you with us. We welcome you back to Boston. Little game of this series between the Rays and the Red Sox. Great job by Ryan Yarbrough to get the Rays out of a spot in the third. He'll begin the bottom of the fourth, facing Christian Vasquez, the Boston catcher. This pitch too high. Fly ball center field. Johnny Field is right there and makes the grab. One out. We go back to the top of the order for Boston. Mookie Betts. Betts has been hit by a pitch and has struck out. He was hit by a pitch in the first and scored the first run of this ball game. Pitch is a strike call. There's a base hit, and it will go down into the corner for extra bases. Span plays it out of the corner. The throw back toward third. Betts has a two-base hit.
Tell you, how good is Mookie Betts? I mean, you're tired of seeing him. You know, between Betts and Bogarts this season, they're on base more than half the time when you consider their number of at-bats. Look at that pitch. It's a changeup that's 6 inches off the ground, and he just drills it right down the line, keeps it fair.
Yeah, the thing that amazes me, he can keep that ball fair and away from where the stands protrude.
Right.
He's done that numerous times in this series already. Benintendi fouls it the other way. Strike one.
Well, he just has one of the quickest bats in the game, some of the quickest hands in the game. And it's so beneficial across the board. You know, allows you to get to the upper echelon fastballs, and at the same time, the off-speed stuff, it allows you to not start your swing as quick as other guys, because you can trust your hands to be quick and be able to eyeball that pitch a little bit longer.
Pitch in on Benintendi, who fouls it away, and the count is 2 strikes. Yarbrough out here pitching against Boston for the 4th time this year.
Game is stuck.
A little glitch.
It did.
At the side of your set.
Just don't hit the reset button.
That's right.
Go right back to the beginning.
Betts on second, 1 out. 2 strikes, the count to Benintendi.
I was doing a little math, Dwayne, and between Bogarts and Betts, they've got 75 plate appearances against the Rays this year, and they've reached base 39 times.
Yeah, something has to be done. The 0-2 now is low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yarbrough got the Rays out of that big spot in the 3rd inning, but with 1 out, the Red Sox again have a scoring opportunity. They have done that in every inning. They managed to score a single run in each inning. Benintendi turning away from the pitch. Red Sox left the bases loaded in the third, left 2 men on in the first, and had base runners in the second inning that scored a run, and then double play ball erased the other runner, so they technically left no one on base in the second. The 2-2 to Benintendi. He fouls it back, fastball, a little extra on that one up, and it's fouled. Yarbrough made his major league debut against Boston. That was at Tropicana Field. Pitched 4 innings, gave up 1 run. Turn, nothing doing on Betts. Two and a ground ball right side. Yarbrough on his way to cover. He gets there in time. And over to third base goes Betts. So Benintendi is out. Thrown to Yarbrough.
But nothing today has been easy for anybody. Well, maybe Ramos. But outside of Wilson Ramos. And even he's getting nicked up a little bit. That throw a hair behind Yarbrough. Then you got to find the bag. Then you got to wonder where Betts is.
Well, it will be Hanley Ramirez. Ramirez has walked and singled. And a ground ball is going to go through into left. That will score Betts. And the game is tied at 4. Ramirez jumped on the first one. Picks up his 17th run, batted in. And the Red Sox have scored a single marker in each of the front 4.
Well, didn't waste any time. And got a pitch could get extended on. See that powerful swing and hit that ball hard enough, find the 5-6 hole, and it's been a wild beginning of this game.
J.D. Martinez fouling away the first one. It's a strike. And that hit for Ramirez gives him 3 for 5 this year against Yarbrough. And this one drives in a run. Tapper off his foot. Ball rolls down to third, but it's a foul ball. And the count advances to 2 strikes. J.D. Martinez up that first base line, not because he was trying to run it out, he was trying to run the pain off.
Get some feeling back in that foot.
So now 2 strikes. Over to first. Ramirez getting a little frisky over there. And Martinez down on the count, 0-2. And a cut and a miss. Martinez out on strikes to retire the side. And again, for the 4th consecutive inning, the Red Sox score 1. We're tied at 4. Play ball May 6th when the Rays host the Blue Jays. Bring new or used baseball or softball equipment for our equipment drive, and you'll receive a ticket voucher to come back to another game. For more info, visit raysbaseball.com/playball. Leading off here is Johnny Field. He goes after the first pitch, pops it foul straight back toward the screen and onto the screen out of play. The fifth inning is underway. Fields to be followed by the top of the order, Matt Duffy, and then C.J. Cron.
Dwayne. Huh? What are we doing here? Lightning and the Bruins. They're playing right now. We're repping both? You can't do that.
Internal turmoil.
You know, it's just so typical now. Draw a line and stand for something. You can't. Can you imagine sitting out there unless your two sons, they play for the team. You know, you've seen the jerseys split in half because mom is torn.
Yeah.
But if that's not the case, it's.
Field sends a fly ball into center.
There are hotlines. There are hotlines that you can call. That's all I'm saying.
Catch made by Benintendi. Moved over to center field. And Swihart now in left field. Vacated by Benintendi. Well, a lot of inner conflict.
A lot of inner conflict. I will tell you that these hotlines that I speak of, they actually go right to a real person. You don't talk to them. Not when I've called. you get right through to somebody, so you get instant help.
That's encouraging.
It is.
Yep.
Nothing worse than the machine thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Prompts.
Yep. Hot shot. That ball is fair, and it kicks back out into shallow left, and that's going to hold Duffy to a single. Hit the ball sharply, and he got just a little part of the stands to kick that ball out into short left and keep Duffy at first base.
You need to talk and ask Mookie Betts, how do you do that and keep the ball off the low wall? Well, he rips this. Xander Bogaerts hustling out after it. Swihart coming in.
One out base hit. C.J. Cron. Doubled in the third. Scored on the home run by Ramos. Pitch is a strike. Rays have their 4 runs on 6 hits. Boston 4 runs on 8 hits. Foul makes it 0-2. This game in the hands of 2 lefties right now, David Price and Ryan Yarbrough. First base, keeping an eye on Duffy. Well, the Rays have gotten to Price for 4 runs, but the pitch count only now over 60. 1 out and a base runner into the 5th. Broken bat, look out. Ground ball short. They're going to get a force there. And Price had to avoid the barrel into that bat. Cron reaches on a fielder's choice. It had to be a little scary for a second.
And that bat splintered. You got the jagged end and the barrel. And see, he's going to field that ground ball and ends up moving his way right into the path. And the last second realizes that is scary.
Crone is aboard with 2 outs in the 5th. Carlos Gomez comes to the plate wondering if this will be the at bat. The double flap is gone. And he takes the pitch inside. Still looking for his first career hit against David Price. Now ball 2, he takes that one close. 2-0 right now. Wilson Ramos on deck. And a big cut and a miss. He almost lost the helmet with that swing. 2-1.
Boy, everything coming apart there. Helmet almost came off. Hand came off the bat.
Ground ball foul. And was right there. Had him played perfectly to field that one.
Making plays.
And friends.
Yes. Free baseball do that.
A 2-2 count. And a ground ball base hit up the middle. There it is for Gomez. Up to second base goes Crone. Well, Gomez had really struggled. He'd gone 0 for 22 with 10 strikeouts against Price in his career before that base hit. And you could see him up there with each at bat more determined and more frustrated at the same time until now.
This goes right back up the middle. Got to find a hole somewhere, and yes, get that monkey off your back.
Two men on for the Rays here in the 5th inning for Wilson Ramos. Ramirez and Gomez exchanging pleasantries in their own way down there at first. Ramos with a double and a homer. 2 runs scored, 2 runs driven in. This is down, 1 ball, no strikes. Ramos now 4 of 11 in his career against Price, and 412 for the life of this hitting streak. Now at 9. One and one. Rays with a pair of 2-run home runs, an inside the park home run by Denard Span, and Wilson Ramos hitting a 2-run home run in the 3rd. Two balls and a strike. This is a hot hitter, Wilson Ramos, and he takes ball 3. 3-1. And for that reason, Price being very careful with him.
I'll tell you, this lineup, inning after inning after inning, has made David Price work very hard. nothing coming easy today. He's still out there battling, and you give him credit for that, but he is being pushed around, or at least pushed to his limits by this Rays lineup. Great approach.
Skied foul down the right side, out of play. The count is full. Well, not only a hitting streak, but a power streak. Home runs in 3 straight games. That one came in Baltimore on Thursday off Dylan Bundy. Homered his first time up last night on Drew Pomeranz. And the home run in his second at bat today off David Price. That followed a double in the second. So he is hot in a big way and has the count at 3-2. 2 men on and 2 men out here in the 5th. Runners will be breaking with this pitch. There they go, and there is ball 4. So a miss, and the bases are loaded. They're going to be loaded for Daniel Robertson as Ramos heads to first. Robertson looking for his first hit on the day. 0 for 2 and hitting .351 this time up.
Well, now would be as good a time as any, and he's been swinging the bat as well as anybody in this lineup, including Wilson Ramos.
Takes ball 1. Robertson homered last night. Hit one out of the ballpark over the Green Monster. Also doubled in last night's game. Robertson with a 7-game hitting streak. And he takes ball 2. Not giving Price any help here on the first 2 pitches.
No, and Daniel Robertson, another guy, you think about his approach at the plate, good strike zone discipline, doesn't go outside of it very often. That's been kind of a mantra with the Rays lineup this season. Work some at-bats, not be as aggressive as a year ago. Can't be an easy transition for a lot of these guys, especially the ones that were here last season.
And now it's ball 3. He just refuses to chase. And this is keeping with his entire approach this year, following Mookie Betts. That lowest chase rate. 3-0 right now. And Price walks him. That will force home a run. Thrown will cross the plate, and the Rays take a 5-4 lead. Well, Robertson would give him no help at all and draws the bases loaded walk to give the Rays a 1-run lead.
And just tried to overthrow that last fastball. You can see clearly they wanted that ball in, trying to prevent Daniel Robertson, if he is going to swing the bat, from getting his arms extended. But he just wanted nothing to do with any of those pitches. Just took them very calm. Last time David Price walked in a run on 4 pitches, maybe never.
Embry up in the bullpen. Bases remain loaded. Denard Span, who has an inside the park home run and a walk. Now the hitter with the bases loaded in the 5th. And there's a little popper headed towards short left, and backpedaling Bogarts makes the catch to retire the side. Rays grab the lead with a bases loaded walk, 5-4. Gregorius continues to tear up American League pitching, and he's getting curtain calls on the road in Anaheim. Look at those numbers. 368. Tied for first in home runs.
Wasn't it going to be Giancarlo Stanton and Aaron Judge leading the way?
How about that?
And Gregorius has been all over it. Curtain calls on the road too, huh?
Yep. A lot of Yankee fans in Anaheim.
Apparently. How do you let that happen?
Xander Bogaerts steps in here in the bottom of the fifth. And the first pitch is a strike. Bogaerts, then Devers and Nunez. Yarbrough, an early entry into this game. Chirinos worked 2 innings plus. Winder foul. Rays starting Chirinos, who had been moved into the rotation. But in effect, with his early departure, this turns out to be a bullpen day, which is what the Rays had planned for tomorrow. We're getting word that Ji-Wei Hu was scratched from his outing in Durham. There's a pop fly left center. Who's going to get it? Echeverria out there in front of Span. Danny Echeverria covering some ground. Fortunately for the Rays, enough hang time. You know, there were 4 defenders: Robertson, Echeverria, Field, and Span converging on that. And you were a little shaky until the last moment.
Fish Grill, fresh catch of the game, and very calmly over the shoulder. Take charge. You can see Denard Span pulling off a little bit. And Echeverria said, I got it. Can't doubt him. As good as anybody with the glove out there, on the ground or in the air.
Two and 0. Fly ball deep into left. Span looking up, and that's going to get out of here. An opposite field home run by Devers, and the game is tied. Devers' 4th home run of the year. 2nd run given up by Yarbrough. Been one of those days here with these two teams.
Felt early on. We may be sitting here watching a shootout this afternoon, and just when the Rays go up again, Boston answers once again, and it's Rafael Devers. Pitch that is up and away, creates some backspin, and that ball has been peppering the monster here this afternoon.
Pitch is a strike to Eduardo Nunez. Foul out of play, 0-2. Yarbrough touched for the home run. Both his home runs given up this year have been to left-handed hitters. In the Minnesota series, Kepler got him. And here, Devers hits one out. One and two, the count on Nunez. Ground ball headed towards short. Echeverria with a nice play to get Nunez. 2 gone. A little update on that the outfield shuffling by the Red Sox. As we mentioned, Swihart was in there to play left. Benintendi moved over to play center, and Bradley in right. Mookie Betts left. As a precautionary measure, we're getting word, due to a right hamstring issue. They're calling that day-to-day right now. Here's Jackie Bradley Jr. Started in center field, now in right. He takes the pitch for a strike. 5-5, bottom of the 5th. Red Sox with single runs in every inning so far in this game. Breaks in, curveball for a strike, 0-2.
Yeah, and some of those could have been huge innings. They had a couple opportunities.
Left
even
the
with
bases loaded in the 3rd.
Yeah, and you had the bases loaded, nobody out earlier in the game, and ended up, I think, in the 1st inning.
Yep.
And ended up getting just a sacrifice fly. So you had a chance to really put up some crooked numbers, and they've not been able to do it, not been able to separate themselves from the Rays. David Price has just continued to battle. He hasn't had it either.
Yeah, the Rays had not scored off him in 2 prior outings this year, but they have 5 runs off him in 5 innings in this game.
They've made him work. They have made him work extremely hard, to the point where bases loaded, a 4-pitch walk to Daniel Robertson. That's something you probably never see again.
Cutting a miss. Bradley chases the pitch up. Out on the fastball, a run on the home run through 5. We're tied at 5. With an inside the park home run in the 2nd inning, his 2nd career inside the Parker. And after the Red Sox had tied it in the 2nd, a home run by Wilson Ramos made it 4-2. His 4th home run of the year. Ramirez tied it in the 4th with that base hit, scoring Mookie Betts. And then the home run by Devers tied it again, this time at 5 in the bottom of the 5th inning. We're tied 5-5. On to the 6th, and Danny Echeverria leads off against David Price. Little popper in the middle of the infield. That ball is not going to be caught. Bogart's got his glove on it, could not hang on to it. And so Echeverria is aboard to begin the 6th inning. Bogart's a little slow in getting up, and the Red Sox will go out and tend to him. He's just off the disabled list in this series. So they want to make sure that he's all right, and he doesn't look all right at the moment. We'll see.
Looks like he's testing out that back. A lot of effort to try to get to that ball, and just not able to get there in time. You can see the wince right there, wherever he felt. How about that? I mean, a full swing. This game's had everything.
It has indeed. A little bit of the unusual. Echeverria gets credit for a base hit. Rays have the leadoff man aboard. Rob Refsnyder. Takes the pitch down. Refsnyder 0 for 2. He struck out and grounded into a double play in the 4th when Nunez at second base made a nice play to start a 4-6-3 double play. Woo! 1-1. Snyder homered last night, his first time up. The second pitch he saw of Drew Pomeranz for a home run. Now he's behind Price, 1-2. Lifted into right field for Bradley Jr. Echeverria halfway to first, and he heads back to first base with 1 out.
Boy, I've been really impressed with this Rays offense. The way that they have really challenged David Price. The way that even with him being and having the reputation and having the resume of a extreme elite strike thrower, not chasing out of the zone too much, really making him work for his strikes.
Now Johnny Field.
That's really what their approach has been during this recent hot streak, and you start to think of the possibilities.
Now this one will go to the backstop. That puts Echeverria down at second in scoring position.
This game just
continues.
It just continues. I mean, sloppy here. Vasquez good behind the plate, just reaches back and just can't nab it.
Pass ball against the Boston catcher, and the Rays have a runner in scoring position.
Remember how an inning or two ago the game was stuck? I think the pitch counter is stuck on Price.
Yeah, how can he have only 84?
No, really.
Ground ball shortstop picked up by Bogarts. 2 gone. What this reminds me of here recently in this game is an experimental game where some way you begin an inning with a man in scoring position. And even on the base hit by Echeverria, pass ball gets him to second.
Well, in a couple years, it's going to be extra innings.
Yeah.
This is how they're going to play it.
Well, 2 outs, a man at second, and that's going to be it for David Price. Call to the bullpen, brought to you by the Florida Lottery. $7.11 ticket to games Friday, May 4th against the Blue Jays. Keep saving with $5 Budweiser and Bud Lights exclusively on the Budweiser porch. Ages 21 and over, please drink responsibly. Keith Hembry, the new pitcher, as David Price gone after 85 pitches. Matt Duffy takes the first one up and in. Duffy faced Hembry last night and struck out swinging. So the matchup again here with Echeverria in scoring position. 2 gone. And a foul ball back. Had a big cut at that 95-mile-per-hour fastball.
Well, you see those pitches up close to your eyes, out over the plate, and that's the instinct. Take a rip. This Boston bullpen now coming on, they have been so good here over the last couple of weeks. They've allowed 2 runs in their last 32 and a third innings.
Did he go? Yes, he did, says Jim Wolf. Now the count is 1-2. That's shut down bullpen
that
right there you're talking about.
I mean, that is really shut down bullpen, and that was, you know, something that early on, and there's that check swing. You know, opening day, the bullpen for the Red Sox had a meltdown, allowed the Rays to come back and win that game. And since then, they've been very good. In their last 32 and a third, they have been elite, beyond elite.
Upstairs, Duffy manages to lay off.
Why not? I mean, he keeps moving right up the ladder to see how high Duffy's willing to go.
C.J. Cron is on deck. It's wide. So a full count. Echeverria reached on what turned out to be an infield hit, moved to second on a pass ball. Three-two, here it is. Duffy fouls it out of play. The right side. Rays with a couple home runs on the day, accounting for 4 of their runs. One of those an inside the park home run. 5th run scored on a bases loaded walk. 3-2 again. The chopper over the mound, middle of the infield. Glove by Nunez, and he throws it away. That ball's going to go into the dugout. The Rays are going to take the lead. Echeverria will cross the plate, and Duffy will wind up at second base. So the pass ball, and now an error, and the Rays take a 6-5 lead.
You can assume nothing watching this game. Just when you think you've seen it all, tough chance here by Nunez, but that throw's so wide that you see Hanley Ramirez, he doesn't even react. That ball's 6-8 feet, maybe 10 feet wide of him.
So the Rays with a run here. And now C.J. Cron will have a chance to add to that lead with Duffy at second base on the error. Red Sox have made only 7 errors all year. Now 8. Well, they took the error away from Bradley, so that's back to 7. So they made only Only 7 errors all year. 5 of those by Devers.
Well, there are some official scores that would say that's 7 too many.
The check on the pitch.
Well, they did lead the league in fielding percentage coming into this ball game.
Two and 0 the count to Crone. Gomez on deck. Now 3 and 0. Embry missing with a fastball on that pitch. Well, the line will be complete now on Price. 6 runs and 5 earned. Crone takes it for a strike. So for Price, 5 2/3, 6 runs, 5 earned on 8 hits. A couple of home runs, 4 walks, and 5 strikeouts. Right now, he is the pitcher of record. Big cut and a miss there by Crone. That was heat against the big swing. 96 on that fastball from him.
You know what? And this is in that area where we've seen C.J. Crone do a lot of damage. That's the first one that's been able to sneak by him.
Crone doubled in the 3rd. Full count here in the 6th. He shoots it into center field. Benintendi back and reaches up to make the catch to retire the Rays, but they score the go-ahead run. 6-5 Tampa Bay.
And Red Sox rookie manager Alex Cora used to be teammates, and Kevin Cash said that he never anticipated that the two of them would both be managers in the AL East simultaneously. He said Alex Cora is extremely talented in the game of baseball. He said he learned a lot from him during their days playing together, and that it's only fitting that Cora is having the success that he's having. The two still keep in touch, but Cash joked around saying he would not mind if Cora lost all 3 of these games.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Well, Kevin Cash is working on that. Rays winners last night. They have the lead here in a game that has been a battle run by run.
And as strange as this game has been, and there's still plenty to go, Boston has scored in every single inning and still trail.
Yeah. A single run in each of the first 5.
My goodness.
And Vasquez got one of those runs home with that double play in the second. Otherwise, officially 0 for 2 and down 0-2 in the count. Upstairs, a ball, 2 strikes. Swihart will be next. And then Benintendi. Look at that. Oh, he's out on strikes.
Yeah, that ball ran up and in, and Ryan Blakeney back behind the plate raised that arm up and said, "You win," and this at-bat is over.
So 1 away. Take a look at that.
He's calling a foul ball. That's what he was calling right there. Foul tip.
Swihart. 1 ball, no strikes, the count. First at bat for Swihart. Fly ball short center field coming in is there, and he makes the catch. Yep, so the foul tip strikeout on Vasquez. The first out. And take a close look, see what you think. Did he or didn't he? Oh. Right there. Boy, that's some great camera work there to zero in on that. But no real depth. You know, hard to get that depth perspective. You look for maybe a slight change in direction of the baseball off the knob of the bat.
What has replay done to us? I mean, it is remarkable.
There's a strike. 0-2.
That was a great shot. You're right, but that would be a stance.
Yeah.
There's nothing that you could have taken from that and said for sure.
Yeah.
Trust the umpire.
There's a cut and a miss. Benintendi's out on strikes. So it turns out to be a 1-2-3 inning. How did that happen? We go to the 7th, 6-5 Rays. Game show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. All begins at 12:30 and come on down. Special Sunday game show with Neil Solondz and Orestes Destrada. Don't know if we're going to have a studio audience or not, but it will be a creative approach to pregame programming tomorrow. Can't miss TV.
This game is can't miss.
I'm telling you.
TV.
Well, Carlos Gomez will not miss David Price being out of the game, although he did finally get a hit off him in the 5th, and now he faces Heath Hembry. Strike 1. So Gomez 1 for 3 today. He shortens and takes the pitch for a ball. Check swing and a foul ball. Makes it 1-2.
Ryan Yarbrough, who's in line to start tomorrow's bullpen day, summoned into this game a little early. Yanni Chirinos, some struggles in this ball game.
Up the right side. It's going to twist foul, slice into the stands. Still a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Foul ball out of play. Gomez leading off the 7th. Rays took the lead in the 6th inning. There's a drive deep to left. That ball is out of here. Home run for Carlos Gomez. A 1-2 pitch. And Gomez unloads home run number 4 to give the Rays a 2-run lead. Well, he's been looking for that bat after at bat the last 2 days. And connects to hit one out.
Boy, a hanger. Just above the knees, right in the middle of the plate, and a no-doubter. Immediate, get rid of that bat and start your trot.
3rd home run of the day for the Rays. And here's Wilson Ramos. He takes a strike. Ramos homered in the 3rd. And Gomez has just unloaded here in the 7th. Upstairs, it's 1-1. The Rays with a 7-game winning streak coming into this game. They won 9 straight in 2014. Club record is 12 in a row. That was back in 04. 2-1. And they've taken a 2-run lead in the 7th inning today at Fenway Park. Shot by Ramos into left center field. He's going to one-hop that one to the wall and stop at first with a single. He's on for the 4th time. A double, home run, walk, and a single. All he needs is a triple. Tough to get under any circumstance.
Not if he goes right center. You go deep into right center, Dwayne. 420. That ball ripped. Nice job by Benintendi getting that ball in as quickly as he did to keep Ramos at first. And he's going to come out of this game. Something didn't feel right. Unfortunate the way that he's been playing.
Yeah, that is unfortunate with the day he's had and with the streak he's had. A 9-game hitting streak. Take a look at him running down to first, because he's taken some shots behind the plate. pedals to the bag. Nothing we could pick up there, but he has taken a lot of shots behind the plate in the last couple days.
He did, and as quickly as he came off the field, there wasn't much discussion. They came out and he left immediately.
So the Rays will get Sucre into this game. Sucre is running at first. The hitter is Daniel Robertson. The fastball is in for strike one. Barnes up in the bullpen for Boston. One and one. Down. So 6 runs off Price, 5 earned, and 1 off Hembry. Two and two. Rays on the day have 11 hits, 3 off Hembry. Duffy got credit for a base hit on the ball he hit against Hembry that Nunez eventually threw away, allowing a run to score. So that was scored a hit and an error. Seven, 11-0 for the Rays, 5, 9-1 for Boston. Robertson fouls it back. Holds the count right there, even, 2 and 2. On deck is Denard Span. Holds there. Robertson continues to work this at bat. Well, the Rays have scored in 5 of the 7 innings. Red Sox have scored in 5 of the 6 in which they have hit. Ball 3 again. A nice job by Robertson. Down on the count, has worked it full.
And you do that by not chasing. And we talked about that earlier in the game, and the fact that he really has excellent strike zone discipline. And that's how you're able to get back into it. And we've got more trainers and managers coming out.
Yeah, Alex Cora's coming out to check with Ryan Blakeney, and they want to take a look at their pitcher. Trainer out talking with Hembry. Cora came to the plate umpire to let him know that this has to do with a physical issue, and Not the normal trip to the mound by a manager. So they want to make sure that he is okay while the bullpen is busy. Embry says he's all right.
See if we can pick anything up here. Fastball up. Shaking that left leg.
Well, Embry says he's okay, and Barnes had been up in the bullpen already, so he would be ready. There's ball 4. Robertson draws his second walk. That pushes Sucre up to second base, and here comes Cora again. So he's going to make a pitching change this time. So the Rays with a home run followed by a single and a walk. Call to the bullpen brought to you by the Florida Lottery. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. And by your local Honda dealer. Rays in Boston. Hitting in the top of the 7th at Fenway Park. And the Red Sox will bring on their third pitcher of the game. David Price charged with 6 runs, 5 earned in 5 2/3. Embry a run. And now Barnes takes over with 2 men aboard.
How about that opponent's average of 103 in 9 1/3 innings? Talked about this Boston bullpen and how good they've been lately. Rays maybe starting to figure them out a little bit.
Denard Span inside the park home run, a walk, and a pop handle by the shortstop Bogarts. This pitch is a strike around the knees. Span with a couple official at bats against this right-hander, 0 for 2. He's drawn a walk off him. And a fastball to 97. Strike 2. Still no outs here in the 7th. The Rays with a 2-run lead, a chance to add on. way upstairs with that one, 1 and 2. Always difficult to feel as if you have enough runs in this ballpark against this lineup.
Today.
Yeah.
Because today, anything goes.
Yep. One, two. And this one cutting down and in. Span missed it. So he's out on strikes. First out of the inning.
Everything from Matt Barnes is power, power, power. Power fastball, power curveball. Just a break on that. And the depth and the velocity.
Yeah, you get a curveball in the mid-80s.
Yeah. Not fair.
Danny Echeverria against Barnes. Echeverria 1 for 2 with a walk and a base hit and a run scored. Chop to the right side. Nunez will take it to first. The runners advance to second and third. So Echeverria on a ground ball is out number 2. Rob Refsnyder is due, but we're going to see a pinch hitter here. Brad Miller will come on to hit against Barnes. So the Rays go to the bench. Miller batting for the designated hitter.
Big moment in this game. You know, you got a 2-run lead, a base hit here. You could almost double up Boston, be up 9-5. As you said, every run counts.
Well, we'll see what Miller can do here against Barnes. First pitch is wide. Barnes has become a familiar figure around Fenway Park the last couple seasons. Coming into this year, he had been in 132 games over the last 2 years.
Wow.
Well, that's a lot of work.
That is a lot of work.
He's quick on that one at 98 to get the strike. 1-1.
Doing some checking here, Dwayne, and actually every run counts in every game that you play.
Yes.
Come to realize that they never don't count.
Thank you for that job of going into the archives and documenting all that.
Well, I had to check with Interleague. Do Interleague runs count?
Do they really count?
Yeah, because I mean, according to some people, the games don't even count. So certainly the runs don't. But apparently they do.
1-2 the count on Brad Miller. Ready for the run in this inning. A couple of men in scoring position. 2 outs and a 1-2 count. And Miller strikes out. So the Rays come up with a run that adds to their lead. It's 7-5, and it's 7th inning stretch time. RBI Baseball 18 delivers an all-new franchise mode and much more. RBI Baseball available now. Learn more at rbigame.com. Rated E for everyone. Chaz Rowe in this game. This is becoming a daily occurrence, third day in a row for Chaz Rowe.
Well, 14th overall appearance, ERA 3.60. You see 12 strikeouts, 10 innings of work. 9 outs to get.
And Hanley Ramirez steps in to begin the bottom of the 7th for Boston. First pitch is a fastball. Firm at 93 for a strike.
You know, we've seen that from him. That fastball, 93, 92, 94 in that range. But the slider obviously is the big thing for him. And the fact that he's willing to, you got to watch his feet moving on the rubber during the course of an at-bat. He gives you a lot to think about.
Ground ball. Robertson makes the play. Thrown on the receiving end. Well, there's one of those 9 outs taken care of.
Well, we had that great shot of Kevin Cash talking to Kyle Snyder. How are we divvying up these outs? How are we going to do this? We got a 2-run lead.
J.D. Martinez is the hitter. 0 for 2 with a walk. Walk sandwiched in between 2 strikeouts. There's a fastball and a big sweeping cut. Strike 1. Martinez picked up an RBI single against Rowe in the 8th inning of last night's game. Lays off as this one sweeps wide. 1-1. Chirinos for 2+. Yarbrough for 4. Now Rowe. Yarbrough gave up a couple runs, 3 hits, 6 strikeouts. Didn't walk anybody. He came into this game with the bases loaded and did not allow a run to score. Ground ball third, and that gets beneath Duffy's glove, reaching across. Down into the corner it goes. And Martinez is in, standing at second.
Now this looked to be a ground ball, although sharply hit right in the crosshairs of Matt Duffy. Just a simple turn and backhand and not able to make a play. Right over the top of that slider. You see it right here. Just never got his glove to the spot.
Now it's Bogarts. Bogarts with a couple of runs batted in. And the pitch is a strike. The Red Sox now have 10 hits. And a big reach on that one as that one just continued to move away from him. 0-2. Double for Martinez, his 7th. This one is foul back, 0-2. 2 strikes on Bogarts. Alvarado, the big lefty, up in the bullpen. The end of the bat foul. On deck, Devers. Rowe got the leadoff man, surrendered the double on a ball that got by Duffy at third. Bogarts with a 2-strike count. And he got him. He strikes him out. Boy, how about that pitch?
I don't know if we've seen a hitter get tied up more than Bogarts did right there. Obviously thinking about that slider down and away, and watch him get tied up with the fastball well off the plate.
I mean, about 93 with movement coming in. He had no place to go with that.
He almost, he had trouble getting his feet and legs out of the way of that swing.
Pitching change coming now with the left-handed batter due back in a moment. Another ground ball by Martinez that went for a double by Duffy at third. And the new pitcher is Jose Alvarado. Coming up on Rays Live, the post game presented by W.B. Mason. We'll be anchoring the coverage. We'll hear from Kevin Cash in his press conference, and Michelle Margot will have interviews from the clubhouse. The left-handed bat, Rafael Devers, in here against Alvarado. And a bouncer over the head of Alvarado, and the Rays could not get that play made. Boy, that was a tough attempt there by Robertson. Over to third goes Martinez. Devers aboard on that chop.
Well, got in enough and gets over the head of Alvarado. Here comes Robertson. The first part of that play, excellent on the short hop backhand, but then in the transfer, it came loose.
Goes as an infield hit for Devers. 2 men on with 2 men out. Now Nunez is the hitter. Strike one. Hit 100 on that pitch. Strike two. 98 on that one.
Well, after watching the first swing by Nunez, where he was kind of feeling for the baseball, all of a sudden, Sucre and Alvarado say, hey, let's go in. And you could see that pitch on the corner and Nunez wanting no part of it. Not a comfortable at bat so far for Eduardo Nunez.
A 2-strike count. Down and in, 1 and 2. Well, they made a ruling on the ball that got by Duffy, and they're going to give him an error. Martinez originally had a hit on that, and they're going to rule that an error charge to Duffy. Rowe did not give up a hit as a result of that scoring call. One and 2 the count. Nunez is out on strikes to retire the side. 2 men left for Boston. We're headed into the 8th. 7-5 Rays. First game of the series, 6-2. Stay tuned following Rays Live, the post-game show, for in-depth analysis of Game 1 between the Lightning and the Bruins. So all of that coming up, the Lightning Live post-game analysis. Ryan Johnson, the new pitcher. The lefty on to face Johnny Field. 7th appearance for Johnson. And the pitch is a strike.
Well, he's done a nice job for Alex Cora coming out of that bullpen. You saw more than a strikeout an inning. 14 strikeouts and 13 innings pitched.
Chopper outside of third. And picked up nicely by Matt Quatraro, the third base coach for the Rays. 2-strike count now. Johnson, the 4th pitcher for Boston. Play. Duffy will be next, and then Crone. It's too high. Well, the Rays grabbed the lead with a run in the 6th inning. Go-ahead run scored as a result of an infield hit and an error. Charged to Duffy. Duffy got credit for the hit. Nunez charged with the error on that. Little popper short right field. Got a chance to drop and will. It was a base hit to lead off the inning for Johnny Field. Boy, you talk about placing one perfectly. Had Bradley coming in, Ramirez and Nunez going out, and he dropped it in among the 3.
It could not have faded away from all of them more perfectly for the Rays, and for Johnny Field in particular. This ball up in the air for a long time. But it just continues to track over towards the line and falls in.
Leadoff man aboard. That gives the Rays a dozen hits. Which is a strike to Duffy. So 3 hits for Duffy, 3 for 4. Johnson quickly gets the jump on Duffy, 0-2. Upstairs. C.J. Crone waiting to hit next. Bob over to first. Field back in. The Rays in double figures again in the hit department. And that's becoming, especially on this winning streak, the norm. Base hit into right field. Field will go to second, and Duffy picks up his 4th hit. So 2 men aboard with nobody out. Time to check in with Michelle. You have an update for us, Michelle.
I do, Dwayne. Wilson Ramos left the game with bilateral leg tightness. He was removed as a precaution and is day-to-day, according to the Rays.
Well, he's carrying a heavy load there during this stretch, this hitting streak. He's been running the bases and a lot of squats up and down. And so, as a precaution, he's out of there.
Yeah. If anybody could tell me what bilateral leg tightness is, that would help.
There is a strike to Crone.
What is that? In
Well,
layman's terms.
there would be more than one place where the legs might be affected there. Or it could be both legs. A little tightness.
Just make stuff up.
High fly ball. Back a third near the stands, and Devers over there runs out of room.
It sounds very important. Bilateral.
Yeah, like talks.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
that's more of a political type
Well,
word.
you have talks between 2 entities. So you have tightness in 2 legs.
Just, you know what? Lower body injury. Done.
Rays have bilateral runners here. Field at second and Duffy at first. And a swing and a miss by Crone. First strikeout for Johnson. First out in the 8th. Carlos Gomez. Home run back in the 7th inning on the heels of a 5th inning single for Gomez. Foul back, strike one. Six runs off Price, one off Hembry. Scoreless inning for Barnes, and now Johnson with a couple men on. 1-1. Puts Gomez behind in the count. He was behind when he hit the home run last inning. Connecting off Hembry. Upstairs, 2-2. The Rays trying to get to this bullpen and widen the lead. It's a 2-run lead right now. Rays have scored in 5 of the first 7 innings. Same thing for the Red Sox. Now in the 8th. Fly ball into left. Swihart is there. And that's the second out as the runners remain at first and second.
Well, the difference is the Rays have been able to score multiple runs in a couple of their innings. And you think about, they've been able to do that here over this recent hot stretch. And by no means are you do you think that this offense is as good as they've been over the last week and a half? But it is intriguing to see what they are capable of.
Yeah, it's certainly been fun for that fellow right there.
Yeah. I mean, the bilateral ways that they've been able to score runs.
Even multilateral ways they've been able to score runs.
Yes. Long ball has come back. They've taken their walks. We talk about a lot of these hitters, their strike zone discipline, hit behind runners.
And Zeus Sucre up here with a 1-0 count. Hitting in the spot vacated by Ramos.
It's almost been a tale of 2 seasons already in the month of April. The way that they were at the beginning, you're like, this team having trouble scoring anything. And now, you can't slow them down hardly. They threaten every inning in every game.
This one headed toward the corner and right. That's going to be out of the reach of Bradley Jr. Field has scored. Over to third base goes Duffy. And into second base goes Sucre. People are hitting the deck everywhere. And the Rays have a 3-run lead.
That's exactly how I feel in the booth right now. I mean, we really have seen it all.
Well, the Rays pick up a run.
Speaking of threatening still, that ball away, and Sucre, fresh into this game, drops it right inside the line. And then Eduardo Nunez, a little tangled up. I love the ejecto. Get the ball to someone that can make a throw.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing with my mic right now.
Well, now Daniel Robertson With 2 men in scoring position, the pitch is a strike. Now the Rays have 8 runs. They picked up 14 hits in this game. And the pitch is down. You know, this really started. The Rays have won 7 in a row, trying to win their 8th. This game really started back on the 16th of April, this run for the Rays offense, when they beat Texas 8-4. And they were 5 of 18 with men in scoring position, had 13 hits and scored 8 runs in that game. And then dropped that game following, and then scored 4 runs on 9 hits, and they were off to the races and have been in double figures in hits right along.
How about these numbers?
Yep. Over 7 runs a game during this 7-game winning streak.
Yeah, and love the 384 runners in scoring position when it really counts. These guys have been able to deliver, and that's an area they really struggled in 2017.
Hits in this game. Tap to third. Fair ball by the bag. Throw to first. Going to be in time to get the hustling Robertson. Rays are out in the 8th, but they add a run, leaving 2. It's 8-5. Out of 35,795. Still rehearsing the same song.
Every day, every home game. It doesn't end.
On to the bottom of the 8th. Jackie Bradley Jr. will lead off. He 1 for 3 on the day. Turning into the evening. Alvarado came on to get the final out in the 7th inning. 1 strike on Bradley Jr. Foul right back, 0-2. It's been a lovely day here. The temperature in the mid to upper 60s when the game started. Clear skies. Bradley fouls this one back. 2 strikes. Runs, 14 hits, 1 error for the Rays, 5-10-1 for Boston. Pitch is down, 1-2. Vasquez on deck. One hop out to Robertson at second. Takes care of Bradley Jr. with a toss over to Crone at first. One away, and now it'll be the Boston catcher.
Getting a lot of help, Dwayne, in understanding bilateral leg soreness.
Hey, that's what our viewing audience is all about. Helping us when we need it.
Yep. And I owe them things because of it.
Yes.
Apparently. Yes. Yes.
Gotcha. Nice to have that interaction and that kind of rapport.
From very trusted sources, too.
Vasquez takes a pitch down and in.
With,
Really?
with the team.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Basically informing me that it's both legs. Both
Both
legs
legs,
are, yeah, just zapped right now.
Yeah.
You know? Played 4 games in a row.
Well, that's like, as we said, bilateral talks, 2 entities. And a little toss. Alvarado takes care of Vasquez. 2 up and 2 down here in the 8th inning.
I think you just go with the hockey. You just go with lower body injury. Lower body soreness even.
Yeah. Why not?
But that, I appreciate all the help from everybody.
Yeah. We'll take all we can get.
Yeah.
Blake Swihart, 0 for 1. Looked at a fly ball into center in the 6th. Here in the 8th, Bradley went out 4-3, and Vasquez pitcher first. And now it's Swihart. And to the backstop it goes. Sergio Romo up in the bullpen for the Rays. And a strike. Alvarado pitched an inning Thursday in Baltimore. The Rays had Snell, Rowe, and Colomé in the game here last night. And 1-2. Miss that guy. Rays will see Rick Porcello tomorrow. Chris Sale maybe sometime in the future. Swing and a miss. That takes care of Swihart. 2 ground outs and a strikeout. We go to the 9th, 8-5 Rays. And it all started on what turned out to be an inside the park home run by Denard Span.
And just would go from there. Never-ending action in this game. And Wilson Ramos again getting into one in an 0-2 count. Another blast for Wilson during his recent hot streak. And how about Carlos Gomez in a 2-strike count himself? Drives one deep over the monster in left field. The Rays have had pressure on Boston pitching all afternoon.
Span tracks this one all the way in low. Breaking pitch. Lefty Brian Johnson on the mound. That's a strike, and it's 1-1. Span had an inside the park home run last year against the Phillies. And there's a base hit up the middle against the left-hander Johnson.
Boy, what a great job there by Denard Span. He got the breaking ball and just stayed back on it. Didn't get out on his front foot, stayed back, let that ball start to break into the zone, and then went right back up the middle. Another tremendous at-bat. Look at him just wait on that. No stride whatsoever, just a toe tap. Keep the hands back, and a hit.
Echeverria shoots it up the right side. Bradley making the pickup. On his way to third is Span. They're going to hold Echeverria to a single, and the Rays come out and build a threat right away here in the 9th inning.
You run out of things to say about the way that this offense is performing.
Suddenly first and third, nobody out in the 9th. Here it is.
That ball up and away. And it becomes very easy if you've got a disciplined approach and you're not trying to pull everything. You just slap that ball into right field.
Well, Brad Miller's got a bat now. He entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 7th inning. Gets another at bat in the 9th. It's been all hands on deck for the Rays offense in this game. Brad takes it low. 16 hits for the Rays, a season's high. They've had hits in every inning except the 4th. 1-1. They had a base runner in the 4th on a walk. Double play ended that inning. They've scored in every inning except the 1st and 4th. Now 2-1. Breaking ball missing. Alex Colomé up in the bullpen. And another take on the breaking pitch. 3 balls and a strike. Johnny Field is on deck. He opened the 8th inning with a base hit and scored a run. Ready to bat again in the 9th. 3-2 the count on Brad Miller. Ground ball This one skips over Nunez. The run's going to score. Span crosses the plate. Echeverria up to second base. That will be a hit and a run batted in for Miller. On the hop it took to skip into right. And the Rays make it 9-5.
Looked like maybe a little bit of a bad hop right there. You had Eduardo Nunez in a little bit, so this ball's going to get on him. He's about halfway. Little chopper, and right there comes up high and hot, right over the top of him, puts him right back on his backside.
So 2 men on with a run home. Here's Johnny Field showing the bunt. The ball sails away. Ball, no strike. So Denard Span, who opened with a base hit, has scored his second run of the game. Two and 0. A lot of offense today for the Rays. Ryan Yarbrough, right now the pitcher of record for the Rays. David Price, the pitcher of record for Boston. There's a shot deep to left. That's gonna carry. Gone. Home run over the monster. Johnny Field unloads a 3-run blast here at Fenway. Got it up over the monster into the monster seats. And the Rays make it a 4-run inning. Johnny Field unloading. And a special moment for him. How about that? It's suddenly a 4-run ninth, and the Rays make it a 12-5 ball game. First home run for Johnny Field in his major league career. And now Matt Duffy takes a strike. A 2-0 pitch, and Field hits it out over the monster. To the count. Four home runs for the Rays in this game. And here's a look at the swing.
A fastball middle away. Got his arms extended. Struck it square. Great moment. And effectively put this game, you would think, out of reach.
Well, Duffy strikes out. One swing of the bat, producing 3 more runs. It's a 4-run inning for the Rays. And a 12-5 ball game. Fouls it back. So 1 away with the bases empty. 4 runs home. And a big cut again on the fastball. So lifted into right. That ball will be caught by Bradley Jr. A shoestring catch out there, coming straight in to take a hit away from C.J. Cron.
Well, you got to love the effort. You know, this team's down 7 runs, and Jackie Bradley Jr. coming in there and laying out a difficult catch. And he gets it right off the top of the grass out there and right.
Rays with 12 runs. They have 18 hits in this game now. The foul ball straight back off the bat of Carlos Gomez. Strike one. Johnny Field getting the start today. Goes 2 for 5. First big league home run. 3 runs batted in. 2 runs scored. And has hit what appears to be the capper. Ground ball. Diving stop. Nunez. Throw to first. They get Gomez over there. The Rays add 4 in the 9th. They send 7 men to the plate. The 3-run home run by Johnny Field is first in the big leagues, and it gives the Rays a 12-5 lead. What a day this has turned out to be for that young man, Johnny Field, getting his first big league home run. What a day for the Rays. They pounded out 18 hits, 12 runs, and on to the bottom of the 9th, Sergio Romo will face Benintendi, who fouls the first pitch for a strike. Ryan Yarborough in line to pick up his first big league win. He worked 4 innings. It's the 4th time this year Yarborough has worked at least 4 innings, and this one appears to pay some extra dividends with a win. The Rays have to close it out here in the 9th. 1-1 the count to Benintendi.
And you know what? Did a great job coming into an extremely difficult situation. Bases loaded, nobody out, getting out of it without giving anything else up. And then works the 4 innings and ends up giving up 2 runs, but he calmed things down.
Yeah,
and he allowed his offense to continue to apply pressure.
That was a critical time in this ball game when the Rays saw their lead stand at 4-3. It's the middle part of this game. A lot of offense on that board today. 2-2 the count on Benintendi. Chirinos worked 2+, gave up 3 runs. Yarborough 4, gave up 2. Chaz Rowe was in there for 2/3. Then Alvarado an inning and a third. Now Romo. Capper, third base side, that'll be foul. Well, the Rays trying to win their 8th straight. Count goes full. A little bit of a struggle recently for Romo, trying to get that ironed out. Line drive, and it's going to be a base hit toward the alley, cut off by Field. Benintendi heads to second with a double. And that's his 3rd hit. Benintendi, who's been struggling recently, showing all the signs of coming around.
Yeah, and another, that's not a bad pitch at all by Sergio Romo. That ball is down below the zone, maybe even off the plate. That's the 2nd time today that he's gotten to a pitch that outside of the strike zone in a pretty good spot and done some damage with it. And he got Chirinos on a sinker down and away off the plate early in the game, that 3rd inning.
Hanley Ramirez checked in time on that pitch in. It popped away from the Rays catcher Sucre. Run of success against Romo in his career, including 3 home runs. Two and nothing. Martinez on deck. And Romo way behind 3-0. Romo pitched 2/3 of an inning against Baltimore on Thursday in a 9-5 win for the Rays and was touched for a run on a home run, gave up 2 hits. Now 3-1. It's going to be wide. 2 men aboard to begin the 9th. It's the first walk given up by the Rays bullpen in this game. Chirinos walked a couple in his start, and no walks until the 9th inning from the Rays bullpen. So 2 on, nobody out. And J.D. Martinez will bat. Want to know to him.
Trying to get these arm side fastballs into that strike zone. You want to try and keep these big guns, Ramirez, Martinez, from getting their arms extended where they can really drive the ball. They're just having trouble getting in the zone.
Foul out of play. 1-1.
That's a tough pitch to make. You know, when you look at Sergio Romo's arm angle, extreme sidearm, and you're trying to get that into the zone and tuck it there close to the hitter. You don't want to yank it out over the heart of the plate where he can do a ton of damage and you end up leaving it in off the plate, falling behind.
There's a strike. Gives him the edge. 1-2.
Yeah, good breaking ball right there. Sweep. That's what Sergio Romo's at his best. He's got a couple different versions of that slider. One that'll sweep and track across a lot of ground, and then a short, tight one he uses more to throw strikes with.
And he gets him to reach right there.
Yeah, that's the big sweeper. You know, he's got the short, tight one when he needs a strike, and then when he wants to expand, you go with that sweeper, and look how wide of a swath of land that thing covers.
13 strikeouts for Rays pitchers.
Pretty wide area, and you feel like you've got to protect, and you just end up running out of bat. Not long enough.
Well, here is Xander Bogaerts. Pitch inside to him. It's a ball to no strikes. There's a strikeout there on the corner. 2 men on with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. The Rays trying to close this one out against the Red Sox. Trying to win their 8th in a row. The Rays with 18 hits. 10 yesterday, 13 the day before, 14 the day before that, 14 the day before that, 12 the day before that. And a foul ball takes the count to 1-2. They had 11 the day before that. That's going back to Friday, the 20th, when they beat Minnesota in 10 innings, 8-7. Beat the Rangers at home, 4-2. On the 18th, had only 9 hits in that game. That's what started this run. Fly ball, right center. County Field over from center, making the catch. Runners will hold at first and second, 2 outs. So the Rays an out away from extending this winning streak and climbing to within a game of 500. They came into this game 11-13. Rafael Devers, who homered in the 5th inning, also had an infield hit in the 7th. That's now against Romo. Pitch is a strike. "17 runs, 29 hits in this game. The Rays have 12 of those runs and 18 of those hits. 0-2. Romo, after giving up the double and the walk, has gotten a strikeout and fly ball, and now ahead in the count. The 0-2. This one down around his feet, skips to the backstop. A wild pitch advances the runners to second and third.
Almost looked like he was going with a changeup there, 82 miles an hour, and just yanked that pitch across the plate. Looking for one more high-quality pitch, put an end to this thing.
And down and in. That back foot lifting out of the way. Two men on, 2 men out. And a 2-2 count on the hitter. Here it is. Tap down to third. Deep behind the bag. Long throw. Not going to be in time. A run will score. Benintendi crosses the plate. Ramirez goes to third. And Devers keeps it going, making it 12-6.
Well, had an advantage there hitting from the left side, and he just reached his bat out and tapped that ball. See how far Duffy is off of third base. He's got to get over there as quickly as he can, and everything took just a little too long. Well placed by Devers.
So a dozen hits for Boston. And even 30 in the game between the two clubs. Now it's Eduardo Nunez. And the pitch is a strike. Nunez, a single and a run scored way back in the second inning. Pitch is wide. Devers moves up to second base. Difference on the move up. Second and third now. A 1-1 count. 1-2. This one sweeps wide, 2-2. Romo trying to get the final out and trying to beat the 4-hour mark for time of game. We're getting close. Swing and a miss. That'll do it. Nunez out on strikes, and the Rays win this one. It's a 12-6 final. The Rays knock off the Boston Red Sox and continue their winning ways, extending the winning streak to 8 games, adding